large, larger things, such as you have responsibilities for others, leadership, entrusted with management of human and physical resources, broad-based service and ministry. Faithfulness in little things also means honesty in carrying out responsibility. It encourages us to seek always to cultivate that character of faithfulness and honesty, always that with the lowest common denominator, who we are and how we behave, which are reflections of what is deep inside of us, our thoughts, our values. I encourage then each of you, including myself, to be faithful to God in how we use our time, energy, and resources, personally and in the call of duty to service in these times. God will always be faithful and He can help us to do the same. And whatever you do, whether in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord, giving thanks to God the Father. Let us pray. Sovereign God, your word declares that there is no authority except from you, and those that exist have been instituted by you. We are also admonished in your word to offer supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving for all who are in high position, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. God, you have allowed these for whom I pray to be instituted, and that the people may lead peaceful and quiet lives in a godly and dignified way. So I offer to you now those who are in high position as they prepare for the 11th sitting of the first session of the Fifth House Assembly. Lord, it is a difficult path, but God, you are still our refuge and strength. You are still our high tower, a shield and buckler to those who know you as Lord. Good Shepherd, we pray that these your sheep may daily seek you, for all that they need can be found in you. That from the rising of the sun to the setting of the same, they will lift praises to you, O God. Forgiving God, help us and them to repent of wrongs of these islands and to choose your way of reconciliation and renewal. Wise God, grant to them wisdom and discernment in making critical decisions that impact the lives of countless individuals. Keep them bound always with humility, for you exalt the humble, you give grace to the humble, but you oppose the proud and cast them down from their lofty seats. Cause each of them to recognize that they serve not for personal gain, but for the well-being of these islands. Righteousness exalts a nation, your word says, but sin is a reproach to a people. Righteous God, may their lives uphold the highest standards of integrity and honesty in all their roles. Guard their hearts from deceit and corruption, from selfishness and greedy pursuits. Lord, let their actions reflect their commitment to truth and righteousness. We implore you to guide them in upholding justice and fairness in their policies and decisions that righteousness may prevail over injustice and inequality. Uniting God, we pray that they may work together for the common good of the people. Expose then, we pray, every personal and divisive agenda, that in the name of Jesus they may be set aside in favor of cooperation and collaboration. Hearing God, in their discussions and decision-making, grant them compassionate hearts that empathize with the struggles and challenges faced by citizens and residents. Give them listening ears to hear the cries of the oppressed. Open their eyes to see the ills that are threatening our lands and the peace of these islands. Give them in protecting these islands from threats, from domestic and foreign, ensuring the safety and security of those who live within. In these turbulent economic times across the region and the world, we pray for their ability to make sound fiscal decisions that lead to stability and prosperity for these islands.
This House now convenes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. At this time, we will take a recess until 12:30 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 5th day of March 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
There were two small points, Madam Speaker, for correction. Page 15. If you look at the middle where you have that timing, committee recess at 5:05, committee reconvene at 7:03 p.m., committee recess at 9:15 p.m., and committee reconvene at 7:03. So that's an error. Needs some correction.
Okay, so I might take it the second aspect where the committee reconvened at 7:03 p.m. should be removed.
It seemed like something, I don't know exactly what needs to be removed, but something is wrong there. And you understand what? No? If we says at 7:00, yes. And then we convene and we says at 9:00 something and, yes. Okay. There's something there. And just a clarification, Madam Speaker. The Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 7th District made the following statements. French blacklist status.
What page are you on?
This is
Honorable?
page 3. You spoke for 57 minutes? I don't think you will now. So there's a timing thing there also. Huh? I went through those in the same. Huh? The timing there seems to be off.
Okay, let's just take a quick recess just so that we can review this a bit more before we confirm. Let's take a quick recess. Yes, I call on the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the minutes for the ninth sitting be deferred to the next sitting in light of the complications.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is so moved. Madam Clerk?
Item number 4, announcements by the Speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wish to acknowledge notices received of absences from the following members. The Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith, who is out on travel duties. The Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, Honorable Shari Di Castro, who is also on the, travel duties. And finally, the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, presentation of papers.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents on the table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. Statutory Instrument 2024, number 22, Mutual Legal Assistance Tax Matters, Fees Order 2024, and Office of the Deputy Governor's Annual Report 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion to revise the title of a document which was laid on the table at the last sitting. The name of the document that was laid was Revised Belonger Status, but it was Revised Immigration Policy. And we wish to amend that to read Belonger Status and Residence Policy for the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been passed. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 8.1 Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 2 on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business, government business.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024 be now read a second time, Madam Speaker, and I will now give the objects and the reasons for the bill. Madam Speaker, today it is my privilege to present the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024 for its second reading. The bill is a crucial element in our ongoing efforts to modernize and enhance our immigration framework, ensuring that it meets the current and future needs of our territory, while aligning with the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry report and our policy objectives. The bill seeks to amend the Immigration and Passport Act Revised Edition 2013, addressing key recommendations and policy imperatives, and specifically it aims to 1. Review and improve the processes for granting residence and belanger status. 2. Establish clear published guidance on the powers to grant these statuses. 3. Clarify the required periods of residence for applications. 4. Introduce a structured immigration quota setting process. And 5. Enhance the immigration appeals process to ensure fairness and transparency. Madam Speaker, allow me to outline the key provisions of this bill and their intended impacts. The bill seeks to clarify the period of ordinary residence required for belanger status from 10 to 20 years. It establishes a period of 10 years of being ordinarily resident in the territory for residents. These changes reflect the need to ensure that applicants have a substantial and genuine connection to the territory. Additionally, a clear pathway for children born in the territory to non-belanger parents to obtain residence and eventually belanger status, subject to specific criteria, is introduced. The bill provides guidance on what is expected from prospective applicants for residence and belanger status. New requirements include undergoing comprehensive background checks, exhibiting community participation, respecting cultural heritage, and providing positive personal and professional references, among various factors. This guidance ensures that applicants are well prepared and meet the standards that uphold the values and integrity of our community. The bill introduces an immigration quota setting committee. This technical committee will play a pivotal role in gathering and analyzing data on population demographics, labor market conditions, and housing availability and other important factors. It will assist in defining categories of residence certificates and set annual immigration quotas based on thorough analysis and stakeholder consultations. Their recommendations are to be tabled to the Board of Immigration, who would then advance their proposals to Cabinet for approval. This ensures that our immigration policies are not only effective, but also responsive to the territory's needs and priorities. The bill seeks to establish the Immigration Appeals Board, an independent body tasked with hearing appeals from individuals aggrieved by decisions made under the Act. This board will ensure that there is a fair and transparent process for addressing grievances, enhancing the credibility and integrity of our immigration system. The appeals process includes specific grounds for appeal, such as misinterpretation of the law or procedural errors, and allows for new evidence to be introduced if substantial and material to the case. The bill makes several other significant amendments, including establishing clear criteria and conditions for obtaining various certificates of residence, such as through direct investment or substantial business presence, introducing additional penalties for impersonation, misrepresentation, and obstruction of immigration officers, enhancing the oversight and reporting mechanisms, including annual reports from the Immigration Quota Setting Committee and the Immigration Appeals Board to ensure transparency and accountability. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024 represents a comprehensive and strategic effort to strengthen our immigration policies in response to Recommendation B33 of the Commission of Inquiry by establishing clear processes, robust oversight, and transparent guidelines, while ensuring that our immigration system is fair, efficient, and aligned with the long-term interests of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, in addition to what I've read there, I'll say a few additional words about this bill and just generally about the context of immigration in the Virgin Islands, which is always a hot topic. And it is often a difficult topic for persons to talk about, not just here in the Virgin Islands, but around the world. And that is really the importance of having individuals in the House of Assembly who can deal with difficult subjects and come out with an outcome which is beneficial for the overall well-being of this nation that we're building, of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, when my parents were born, the Virgin Islands had under 7,000 people. This would have been back in the 40s. Population was under 7,000. Basically around the same number of persons who were emancipated in 1834, apprenticeship 1838, and of course in Nottingham Estate, where my ancestors were from, back in 1776, when we were emancipated or manumitted. And Madam Speaker, those were hard times in the Virgin Islands. But through those hard times, of course, we stuck together, we supported each other, we had unity. It would have been a handful of families across the entire Virgin Islands. And I'll just say right here, Madam Speaker, based on our use of the term and definition of the term, I would be one of those, what some persons call indigenous Virgin Islanders. Other persons might call that group of individuals ancestral Virgin Islanders. Ultimately, we're referring to persons whose ancestors were enslaved on this soil and who were freed and who walked this soil and sought to fashion a livelihood here. And of course, we would know that from that period of time, being as difficult as it was, we would have gone to other places as well. And this is generally how immigration works, Madam Speaker. If things are not doing so well someplace, a lot of times persons leave. And so a lot of our people left. Some returned, some didn't return. A lot of our people left. Go to places like Cuba and the Dominican Republic. And you go to places generally where there's work to do, there's economic activity. So if a place is attracting a lot of migrants, it means that generally things are going well. And there's a lot of work to be done. Of course, there are other reasons why persons migrate. But of course, from an economic migration standpoint, it has to do really with going to work. And we would be aware of the fact, Madam Speaker, that when we got our own legislature in 1950, and we started to make some decisions for ourselves in our own best interests, decisions like establishing relationships with persons like Rockefeller. And I would reference here my great uncle Leslie Malone, who introduced Rockefeller to that area there where now Little Dick's Rosewood sits. And of course, some of the other individuals who we formed relationships with, all of these different investors who have come here, and of course, their names are recorded in history of the Virgin Islands as establishing an economy here. And once that happened, once our own legislators passed bills and acts, whether it's through ability to be able to, for at that time what they call aliens to hold land and to be able to make investments, the various tourism ordinances, etc. And as tourism later on, you had the International Business Companies Act in 1984. Between tourism and financial services, you just see the economic activity increasing, the economy taking off, and of course, the need. Remember now, under 7,000 persons across the Virgin Islands. Essentially impossible to be able to run a modern economy, the economy that we have today with that small amount of persons. So we would have needed persons to come in and to assist. And from that point forward, of course, we've dealt with this phenomenon of immigration in the Virgin Islands to help to bring the Virgin Islands to what it is today. And that process is a dynamic and complex process. It involves persons from different cultures, persons of different races, persons of different languages, persons of different experiences coming from different sized countries with different demographics, different practices, coming to the Virgin Islands and interacting with the inhabitants of the Virgin Islands. And it's not always a smooth process. It is a process in itself, if not managed properly, can lead to a lot of challenges and a lot of problems. And I believe in the number of decades since we've had migration, persons would be aware of some of the problems, the tensions, and the challenges that can arise through the process of migration. And truth be told, when it comes to managing migration, there should have perhaps been some things that we should have done to better manage it. These things require planning. And I certainly applaud what our ancestors were able to do to build this territory. I think they deserve everyone's love and appreciation and acknowledgement. And they've done a marvelous job in providing a foundation for us who are to follow. But I'm sure in hindsight, there's some things that perhaps should have been done to be able to manage the process of migration a bit better. Because you don't just place people together and just expect that things will just harmoniously and magically work out in the best interest. You have to put policies in place, mechanisms in place to properly integrate persons into the society. And when you have larger numbers of inhabitants, smaller numbers of migrants, the integration process is easier because you integrate into something that is already established and happening. And we would have had a lot of wonderful examples of persons who integrated into the inhabitants of the Virgin Islands, and we all become one people, which is ultimately the goal, I have to say. Ultimately, our goal, and there are different models, and some persons may have a different model in their mind, but in my view, if you're going to build a sustainable nation, ultimately, you have to build a core identity that everyone can rally around if you want to build a sustainable nation. There are other models that exist. Some persons would say, well, we just want you to come, walk, and leave. You know, they have like guest worker programs in some places, and that's the model they want to follow. Or they want you to come, and they don't mind if you just stay to yourself, have your own community, and not integrate. We don't necessarily want you to integrate with us or to become one with us. You just come, you hold your corner, we hold our corner. In my mind, the best model for us is a model where the great majority of the population has a kind of core identity that goes beyond just your origin. It goes just beyond language. It goes just beyond your race. It has to do with principles and values and a culture and a way of life that we all rally around, and a philosophy and a worldview. Extremely important, Madam Speaker. And it's something that we haven't quite yet decided on as a community. And I believe this can be a point where we make a clear decision that we want to go someplace. This is where we want to go. This is where what we want the Virgin Islands to look like. Because I think by now we must accept, if we have not yet, is that the Virgin Islands will never be a place where there's not persons from origins from elsewhere. We long past that. We long past the days when we were under 7,000 people and everybody one big family of common origin. We are so far integrated that we deal with a reality that we have to accept for those who have not accepted it. That we're in this thing together. We're in this thing together. In some places, they haven't accepted that either. You have people who live in the same country, and for decades and sometimes even centuries, they're at each other's throat. Whether through religious difference, or whether through racial difference, whether through whatever difference, they're at each other's throat because I have one identity, this other group has another identity, and we have decided we are going to remain in conflict for the rest of our days. Now, don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker. One thing I believe in is respect. And there must be a process. All of this happens in a process. Those who have come from elsewhere, they must respect the inhabitants of the place in which they've come to. And of course, even though you're from a place, it doesn't mean that you don't have to respect persons who have come from elsewhere to live in that place. There's a mutual respect that has to take place. And of course, if it's your home, of course, there's a certain type of respect that you have to have when you go into somebody's home. But at some point, there has to have a process. And every country that I know of has a process by which those who have come from another part of the world and have joined the community, there's a process for them to become a part. And as I said before, in the past, we may not have seen the need for certain processes to be a part of that process of becoming a part. And that's part of what we're coming here to solve with this bill. Of course, we speak about the COI. That's an aspect of it, but really, I think if we're honest with ourselves, we needed to amend this act way before a COI. We needed to amend the act before, and I could speak a little bit about that in a few moments. But a part of what we are here to solve is the process by which one becomes a part of our community. And we have in this amendment bill some more extensive and detailed requirements that when one wants to become a resident or wants to become a belonger. It is not moving forward going to be just about the amount of time that you've stayed in a place. And I often have persons coming to me and saying to me, well, it's time for me to get my status. And when they justify it, the only thing they normally say is, well, I've been here for this amount of time. And I guess that implies something. But what I would like to know about is, what has your contribution been to the territory of the Virgin Islands? What has been your contribution? And ultimately, it has to be the contribution you make beyond what you've gotten paid for. Because that is important if you're dealing with love of a place. Ultimately, what shows how much you love a place is how much you would do for that place that you're not getting paid for. And we see that. We see that in our history. Let's take our school system, for instance, where a lot of persons came to assist us for many years, and that's why a lot of us who are indigenous Virgin Islanders or ancestral Virgin Islanders, where we first formed very close relationships with persons who came from elsewhere. It happened in school, whether through the teachers or through the students. And let's just take the teachers. You may have a teacher who's just getting paid for doing something. But we all know the difference when you have somebody who goes beyond what they get paid for. And they make an investment in you beyond just what is required in their job description. Some teachers who end up giving persons who didn't have lunch to come to school, they give them money for lunch, they drop them home after school. They form a relationship and take an interest in that individual. They went beyond what is required, the minimum requirements of a job. And so it is as it pertains to your love for the Virgin Islands. It cannot simply be expressed based on the job you have done for pay. What have you done to build the social fabric? The question is whether when the Virgin Islands does well, do you rejoice? Are you happy? There's some persons who would be here and in some instances tear down the Virgin Islands. Some persons may say, well, the United Kingdom wants to take over the BVI, they should do it. They should go ahead and do it. Perhaps maybe they don't have the same feeling for the Virgin Islands as others do. And so there must be some type of process beyond time to establish if this is an individual who has a certain care, a love, a passion. And when you don't have a process like that in place, the patriotism is watered down. And I would venture to say that we do have a challenge in the Virgin Islands right now as it pertains to patriotism. We have a challenge as it pertains to patriotism. Because in some respects, there's not a process in place even to encourage persons to be patriotic. And that's why it's important for us to make sure that there's a clear pathway to residence and to belanger status, and that we outline what is required. And we encourage patriotism. We encourage persons to do community service. We discourage persons from doing things like littering. Discourage persons from doing things which are harmful to our environment. Discourage persons from doing things which are detrimental to other persons who are Virgin Islanders. We have to have a process in place of persons assimilating values and to reward those who come with those values and those principles. Before, the legislation just said for residents, you just had to show an intention to reside and to be of good character. And what we interpreted that to mean was that if you did not have an infraction with the police, so as long as you had a clean police certificate and you shown a desire to reside, you qualified for a residence certificate, even though it wasn't our practice to give it before 20 years, which was not a legal requirement, by the way. Passport, the Immigration and Passport Act did not stipulate a qualifying period of time to receive a residence certificate. So, from a legal standpoint, somebody who came here today, they arrived today, if they went and they made an application and stated an intention to reside and that they had a clean police certificate, they would be able to qualify for residence. And that is something that we had to fix. So here in this amendment bill, and I like to refer to it as permanent residents, just to distinguish between persons who live here and persons who carry the certificate. But you have to be here for minimum 10 years before you qualify for permanent residence. And not just that, you will have to be judged, perhaps at a lower threshold for belonger status, but based on your contribution to the society. And it will be necessary, once this bill is passed, if the House so agrees, that we do a campaign, an education campaign in the community, among persons' workplaces and other areas where we can speak to persons and let them know that this process of qualifying for residence and belonger status is much more involved and much more detailed. There's more that is required from individuals to be able to qualify. And, Madam Speaker, that's a very significant aspect of this bill. Madam Speaker, let me speak about the discrepancy in the time that existed before. And I'll touch a little bit on COI. Madam Speaker, obviously the COI identified a challenge which had been identified before by persons like Elton Georges, who was Complaints Commissioner, and that had to be resolved. And we're here to resolve that now. The previous law said that to qualify for belonger status, you had to be ordinarily resident for 10 years. You had to hold a certificate of residence for at least 12 months, be of of good character. I believe those are the main requirements. Based on the definition of ordinarily resident in the Act. But somehow or the other, we had a policy which was passed that did not correspond with the law. And of course, the law trumps the policy. And that caused a challenge and a problem. And of course, it came up in the Commission of Inquiry. And there's a recommendation to resolve that discrepancy. I certainly wish it would have been resolved before, but we are where we are. But I just say that to say because there are some persons perhaps who would be upset or disgruntled at persons who are now getting status who have been here 10 years. But the reality is that we put ourselves in that position because we did not amend the law earlier. The interesting thing about it, Madam Speaker, is because a lot of those persons were not allowed to apply before. After 10 years now that their applications are being accepted, they are only now being able to get residence certificates. And based on the amendment that we are putting forward today, and which will come into law once it's assented to, those individuals will have to ordinarily reside for 20 years before they're able to qualify for belong-out status. We believe that while some persons might think it's a high threshold, we know that the Virgin Islands is a small place, and 10 years goes by in a blink of an eye. And we need to establish a certain amount of time to get to know the territory. A certain amount of time to establish yourself. Even a certain amount of time to figure out whether this is a place you actually want to live out for the rest of your days. Which is what it really should be. Not just, well, I might as well get it since I'm here. That's not really what we want. We want persons who apply, who believe that this is going to be the place where they retire, where they want to spend the rest of their days. That's what we want. And that 20-year minimum requirement is important in establishing those things for us. I'll move off of that. Also, we're seeking to solve a challenge and a problem, primarily with persons who are born here of non-belonging parents. And it is a problem that I didn't properly appreciate until I became the Minister of Education and just came into contact with individuals. Some of these individuals, you really thought that they had their status. You know, you don't even know that their parents not from the BVI, because we see them just like we see anybody else. And then when these young people graduate school and try to get a job, they start to have problems. In the past, they may have been able to get exemptions. And that may have solved a certain type of problem. But if they're not able to get the exemption for any particular reason, they start to face challenges. Somebody start telling them the place that they were born they have to leave from and go to some place perhaps maybe they've never been and they don't have any family support. They don't have mother, father there. They don't have sister, brother there. They're told to go to some place where they have absolutely no support. And we certainly cannot be so callous that persons who are born here, and even if they were not born here, in some instances, persons who come here as a very small child, that you just send them off someplace not knowing how they will survive. And we've sought to solve that challenge by the time persons become 18 years, they automatically get their residence, and then they can go on to get their belanger status. So those persons are not under immigration control and subject to all types of challenges and problems to get a job and to live here where they were born or where they grew up. That is something that we urgently had to fix. And I'm hopeful that I have the House's support with that. We also have of course, this will probably be somewhat controversial for some persons. But we also have this idea of when you're married, passing on status. Currently, you can get married, and after 5 years, your spouse has belanger status. If you, right after that 5 years, you divorce, the person who got that status can marry somebody and then after 5 years, pass on the status to them. Then you can divorce again and then you can do the same thing, 5 years, pass it on. So what we have placed in this document is that once you marry and you get status through that process, you can't pass it on to anybody else. Another aspect of this bill. Another aspect of this bill has to do with the ability to set quotas. I'm about to wrap up in a few minutes. The ability to set quotas. Madam Speaker, we have to recognize that things are a bit different now than they were in 1970 something. In 1970 something, there was a great need to import persons to provide labor. Today, we have to make a transition from being so heavily reliant on imported labor to training our young people to take up the jobs in the society. We have to make a transition. And actually, I don't see us making this transition. And it's not just something that the government must be committed to, it's something that businesses must also be committed to. And I understand because persons believe, well, I want the quote-unquote best person for the job. I don't care where the person comes from. And I understand that. Because of course, you know, if I was running a business, I would make sure that I had persons who are capable in that business. But I would say a collective effort has to be made. Businesses, the education system, the same immigration policies, we're establishing labor policies. A collective effort must be made to make a transition from importing labor, wholesale, to ensuring that you train those persons who've gone through Elmer Stout High School, Brigado Flax Educational Center, St. George's, Seventh-day Adventist, Cedar School. You train those persons to be able to take up the labor needs in society. Because if we are not to give those persons opportunities at a job, and this is currently happening, if we do not give opportunities to those individuals, if we don't train those young men and those young women to be our auto mechanics and our carpenters and our masons and our electricians and our whatever it might be, and they're just out there sitting on the corner watching everything happen in front of them, it's going to cause all of us a problem. And we'll just transition to a point where we're going to have to put bars on our windows, like what's happening in some countries. And people come to the Virgin Islands because it's a nice place. And we should keep it that way. We don't want the Virgin Islands to become a place where none of us want to live, because we have social discord. Because they say a hungry man is an angry man. And if we don't create the opportunities for persons to be able to walk in this society, we're going to create a lot of angry people. And as I said, that's a collective effort. That's all of us. That's businesses, that's education institutions, that's government. And we're approaching that place. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, just for complete clarity, the Virgin Islands produces a lot of jobs. The Virgin Islands and economies that are not doing well don't produce jobs. The Virgin Islands economy produces a lot of jobs. The challenge we ultimately face is that a lot of persons, a significant amount of persons who go through our school system, or some of them may not even finish, a significant amount of persons not getting those jobs done. And that's creating a challenge. So it should be our collective effort to ensure that, as opposed to giving out every single work permit, that you ensure that you take care of the people in the society. And we have to make sure as parents we raise them with the right values. And we have to make sure we equip them with the skills necessary to be able to do the jobs. And let me just say about the right values, because there's something persons refer to called entitlement. Now, I believe I should be entitled to something as a ancestral Virgin Islanders. So I don't want anybody telling me I'm not entitled to anything. But that entitlement comes with some responsibilities. It's a two-way thing. You have to recognize that you have to work hard for that your ancestors work hard for you to have that opportunity. And you have to work hard as well. Some persons use it as an excuse that I don't have to qualify myself. I don't have to work hard. Just because I'm a Virgin Islander, it should be given to me. No, that is not how it should work. We need to be able to qualify ourselves. We need to be able to have the right attitude. When I say I'm from the Virgin Islands, that means I can go around and on the job, I could cuss the supervisor out. I could just show up when I want. Well, that's a given. That's every day. Yeah. But I should be able to do whatever it is I want, and because I'm a Virgin Islander, I shouldn't face a consequence. That's not how it should work. And to be honest with you, when I look at the behavior of some of the people in the society, I have to ask myself what happened to parenting. Does this individual have a parent, or uncle or aunt or brother or sister or somebody who could talk to this person and say, well, this is not the behavior that you're supposed to be exhibiting. So, Madam Speaker, I say all of that to say that we have to put some mechanisms and measures in place to be able to limit, after careful consultation, after we've received all the technical information, to limit the ability to be able to just import labor to the detriment of those who have gone through the school system here. We will have to preserve some opportunities for the poor. We have to preserve some opportunities for our children. So one mechanism is quota. And I take note, of course, there was a decision before about quotas. But what we have to be careful about with quotas, well, firstly, of course, we can't unduly impact the economy in a negative way. So whatever we do there, we have to be very careful, because we have a growing economy, even though some persons may not want to accept that. We have a growing economy, and this economy is going to be producing a lot of jobs that most likely our people alone will not be able to fill. We just want to make sure our people are a part of it and not just looking at from the sidelines. But there's going to be a need to be able to import labor continually here, just because the economy will be bigger than our ability to provide the workforce. So we have to be very careful that we do not unduly negatively impact our economy. We have to be very careful with the quotas. And we believe we have the proper mechanisms in place to take careful consideration of that. We also have to be careful that we have corresponding systems. For instance, the system or work permits, there has to be a corresponding system, and we've sought to do that in the belong on residence policy to make sure that the labor laws and the labor policies have to correspond with the immigration policies. Because if you do a quota at residence or belanger status, but you don't have a quota at work permit, you create a big backlog of people. A big backlog of people who just are in no man's land. And that will create another problem. We don't want any more COS. So that is also something that we have to be very careful of, that our immigration and our labor systems work together and the policies correspond. The last thing I'll say, Madam Speaker, I think I've probably given enough food for thought, and I'll have another bite at the apple when I wrap up. The last thing I'll speak about, Madam Speaker, is that we've established an appeals board in this proposed legislation. Appeals board. And, you know, a popular discussion during this whole COI process has been discretion. Discretion. And under the legislation, really the Chief Immigration Officer, the existing legislation, Chief Immigration Officer has a lot of discretion. A lot of discretion. So we've sought to provide some boundaries for that discretion, but also some level of oversight of the Immigration Department and their decisions. And I think due process would dictate that if there's a decision to deny something, that there's a process in place that can scrutinize that decision and to determine whether that decision was the best decision to make or not, based on criteria. And that is also extremely important to encourage fairness in the system. The system must be fair. And we must ensure that no one individual, not the minister, not the permanent secretary, not the chief immigration officer, not an individual immigration officer, not the chairman of the board, that no one individual has so much power to affect one's destiny in a particular way. That there's a certain level of oversight, and there's a place you can go if you feel aggrieved by a decision, and there's a process you can follow. Madam Speaker, as with all very complex bills, there are things which we have missed. I've already noticed some of them already. I've already communicated some of them to council so that when we go through committee stage, we can deal with them. And one thing I like about this House, Madam Speaker, even though we get a little rowdy, I won't say who, we get a little rowdy sometimes, but we have a lot of smart people in this House. And a lot of people who have a lot of varied experience in this House and experience in other areas of life. And I'm quite confident that in this House, if there's something that was missed, I guarantee somebody's going to pick up on it. That's something I know for sure. So I fully expect that this bill, which is in essence a draft, a proposal, that by the time we go through committee, we'll have a much better bill than we have now. But of course, we have to go through the process, Madam Speaker. But this, important to say that this immigration and Bilanga, this Bilanga and residents subject matter has been thoroughly consulted on. We went, I personally went island by island, community by community, discussing the matter with the people of the Virgin Islands. And we have tried our best. We've tried our best to present something that would reflect, the wishes that persons had and also the solutions to the challenges we had that we were able to hear from persons, and also in reading various reports and documents, including the report done by Mr. Kedrick Malone, review of B33 of the Commission of Inquiry. So, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to a robust debate on a number of matters. I'm sure that that there'll be a lot of feedback that I'll be able to benefit from, and I'll make sure I have my pen and my pad out, and I'll take good notes so that we can, when it comes to the committee stage, we can have a very good discussion and make the necessary amendments. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Is there a second?
Madam Speaker, I raise the second motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate, but at this time we'll take the lunch break and resume at 3 p.m. This house is now on break until 3 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Members, we will resume with the debate. Any member wish to debate at this time? I call on the leader of the opposition, Honorable Rennie Skelton.
Madam Speaker, again, if I start coughing, you need to give me a little test. But I decided to come and forget about whatever problem I had, because the two bills before us today, Madam Speaker, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2024 and the Crown Land Management Policy, there are two pieces of legislation that threatens to change BVI as we used to know it. And it's extremely concerning to me that some of the provisions in the bill, especially the one we're dealing with now, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill, immigration as we know it is going to change. I know there are some good things in it, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. There are some good provisions, but there are also some things in there that seem to be imposing on us, but there's nowhere else they exist. Madam Speaker, our masters need to understand a simple historical fact, is that wherever they were and they left, the countries are no better off than when they started. They leave them in turmoil. And here it is, these two bills, I show some of us heard the outcry of some of the belongers of Virgin Islanders who had ancestral ties to lands, complaining to each and every one of us about the provisions in the next bill. But the two of these bills are linked in a very historical sense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the 60s, when this country started making any progress in terms of employment, direct employment for its people, the Little Dicks and those institutions, those resorts who came here, a lot of our people were employed and a lot of our people were able to stay at home and feed their families and so forth. So we are grateful for all of these developments. Madam Speaker, since then, now, with the advent of the financial services industry, and one of the persons who working at the Social Security said to me that we have like 146 different nationalities living in this country. I thought it was 110. I saw factual information like 110, 130. But they told me now it's about 146 nationalities. And back in the 60s, we have about 10 different nationalities among us. And I probably can name them on my hands. But we have come a long way, and we're victim of our success. I don't think we should feel any way about this. But in doing and treating people fairly, which I strongly believe that you should, because that's me. I don't care where you came from, I don't care what color you are, I believe that you should treat people fairly. But for somebody to come and tell me that I must give away all of my rights or all of my, well, as a premier, before so my entitlement to everybody else because I am ruled by a different master. But Madam Speaker, I was never a person for independence without systems in place to protect the weak and the vulnerable from the strong, the powerful. I believe those systems must be put in place before we go to independence. But these two bills today tell me that probably I need to join the Premier in his independent movement. Because this seems to be like, if you don't do this, we're going to take away your constitution and put you back in slavery. Basically, that's what this feels like to me. And, you know, the old Negro spirituals say, I'd rather be dead in my grave than to be a slave again. Madam Speaker, the new generation of the slave masters need to understand that this is not the way to deal with people who went through a level of hardship that they don't understand and they can't comprehend. So, Madam Speaker, here it is, they're telling us we must do all of this stuff. But the same country, the same place, we had the Windrush people who have no rights in the day to build the country for the last what? From in the 40s to now, the last 70 years. I doubt they have straightened out the people's status. And up to today, I read in one of the articles, you should have walked with it, Madam Speaker, a guy who's been living in England for 50 plus years, they want to put him out. We don't want to put nobody out who live among us for a period of time. We want to give them status and make them live here. But here it is, they're forcing this stuff on us. Why? Why are you making us do this stuff? Like I said, there are some procedures that must happen and they should have happened when we were on the other side. You know, God knows that I tried. But this today, and what do you call it? Even the citizenship by investment, the citizenship by independent living and all those stuff, you know, these things are given a free pass, so to speak, because there is no real, the due diligence for them is that you basically can live without depending on the state. But the other people have to go through a long, drawn-out process. So, Madam Speaker, I am a bit worried about some of the provisions in this bill. Madam Speaker, if you look at Section 2 of the bill, called the spouse and the definition of spouse. Madam Speaker, that definition of spouse, you can see, I don't know if, wait, Madam Speaker, I could ask a question. I wonder where I get this bill from. I understand the definition of spouse there, how it can be interpreted 100 different ways. And they got a lot of great lawyers in town. But that's the definition, and I don't think anybody paid attention to the definition of spouse. Madam Speaker, this is the first country or the only country I see where a board can overturn, has the ability or the rights to overturn the decisions of a cabinet. This is the first, in other words, if somebody doesn't agree with cabinet decision, instead of going to a court of law for administrative, they call it, judicial review, you have an immigration appeal board. I had a premier, I think he missed it. He says that they can appeal a decision of the chief immigration officer, but he failed to mention that they can also do cabinet. They can do cabinet. I talked about the bill before the House. You know, I said, but this is craziness. So, Madam Speaker, the bill has a lot of, it has some good parts. It has a part where the children born here from parents who doesn't have status or not from here can get some level of status. To me, again, that should have been done already. But there was a pathway for it, but nobody knew the pathway. Nobody will tell the people or give some kind of advice what the pathway was. Register the child when the child is born. If the child remain here for 10 years, the child can be a resident. That was the pathway. But nobody is like a hidden secret from the people. But there was something in place. Now we're making it plain in this piece of legislation that that's what it is. And the policy that attached to this is that child, when he reaches 18, will get belonging status. But it doesn't say so in this document. It says you get resident. You correct that too. But the provisions for the child says the child will be resident. But Madam Speaker, the problem is bigger than that, and I know we tiptoeing around the real problem with children born in places like BVI or overseas territories, because they realize if we make that child belong or make these people belong, at some point they're eligible for British passports. So it's all about not trying to really help the people. It's about hide their citizenship from the people. Because when they left Hong Kong, they left it in chaos. They gave every how much was 186,000 of us the right to be citizens of the United Kingdom. I think that's the number I remember. I could be wrong. But Madam Speaker, so it says, based on the law, that if you're a belonger of these territories, you can have access to those things. And to me, Madam Speaker, this child thing seems to be, although it's giving the child the right to be here, which we could have given them anyway, it doesn't go as far as it should. Because giving a residence at 18 doesn't entitle them to a passport. So we do have a problem. So you're saying the same thing that the people were complaining about, that if you're born here, in order for the child to be able to travel, they got to go back to their mother or father country, get a passport in order to travel. And you can't go any place in this world today without a passport. That's the supreme document that you need to traverse the globe, wherever you're going today. You know, Madam Speaker, so there is an issue of the child being able to travel. In other words, you're telling the child, like I did, I didn't leave BVI till I was like 18 years. Today, 5 years in the place I went was St. Thomas. You know, but today kids, they're around the globe before they could really understand where they're going. So, I guess in committee stage we need to find out if we can take this a bit further. But something needs to be done if the child needs to travel for medical reasons, for whatever reason. Madam Speaker, let's take the composition of boards. Again, a prehistoric structure that we thought we leave this behind. It's right back to us. The minister, in his deliberate judgment, will appoint 7 to 11 members with approval of the cabinet, that is, to the immigration board. Madam Speaker, we thought we'd leave these things behind, and it was a combination of the minister in the House of Assembly, a leader opposition, and the governor, and I'm kind of stuff. Why are we back 40 years or 50 years ago? Why are we doing this? Is there a reason? Somebody tell me, please. This can't have no reason to it where the minister now appointing 11 members, just bring them to cabinet and appoint them, and that's the immigration board. And we're talking about transparency and good government and institutional development and all of these good words, these buzzwords. This is back in the 50s. If you go back, that's what the governor used to do. Appoint all the members. We tried to change, we went leave it behind. You can't operate like, because you're over there, it's not for you, it's about the country in the future. Let us correct some of this stuff. This stuff doesn't make any sense. And then you say 7 to 11 members to make up the board, and 7 to be a quorum. Somebody explain me that, Madam Speaker. You could appoint 7 to 11 members, but you need 7 to make up the quorum. How will they ever in this life get a quorum? It makes no sense, Madam Speaker. And they're trying to, again, you know, it seems like, you know, and I get a bit wary of some of these things that you see it, and I have a way of seeing things, and I am not clairvoyant. Seeing things in the future, basically. Madam Speaker, you can see what is being done here. They're tying everything together. You got it, but this one is now under disclosure of interest. You have a board, you have a piece of legislation, integrity in public life, that covers all boards. But here it is again here, making it seem like the BVI is one of the most interested places to come to when you want to do all the wrong things. They're destroying us as a people. And whether they know they're doing it or not, they need to listen to me and stop it. You know, I picked the high school, Madam Speaker. Everybody talks about how bad the high school is. Well, I sent my child up there because two guys up there fighting and it had a thing. But 95% of the kids at the high school are good kids. Why are we doing this to ourselves? You know, they continue to do this thing to us, and nobody is saying, listen, you're doing stupidness to us. We have done some great things in this country without their help. Now some young talk in the diplomatic corps wants to make it to some high level using us to belittle all that our forefathers and a lot of us in this room here, we are not that kind of people. We're not angels, but we're that kind of people. They need to stop it. We're no different to them. As a matter of fact, they have more problems than we have. I guess they could say, well, we're bigger than you, so you could have more problems. But, Madam Speaker, the level of things that happens here is easy to fix. But the things that causing a lot of problems in this country, which they are in charge of, are given a free pass. We all know crime is out of control, and crime it's not being solved as quickly as it should and them kind of stuff. But if one of us was in charge of it, it would have been a whole different ball game. I know, Premier, you can't talk much because you have to play the game. So you play the game. You know, this is the house. This is what they gave us. When they were leaving, they make sure we had, in 1950, we had a legislative council and put some on that side and some on the side. We could fight each other and kill each other, and so they could continue to rule. But we got to get smarter than that. We got to know when to fight and when to do the right things for our country. You guys, all of you guys in here are going to be here a lot longer than I. Not inside this house, inside the country. We got to do the things that are good and right for our people coming behind. How much generation of us here now from 1950? Well, we had 6. Well, 1967, we had 6 premiers, 7 premiers. We had 3 people outsiders, 4 people outsiders, Bruce, Penn. So from 1950 to now, look at our country. You go back to the old pictures, you see what our country was. Don't take my word for it. See what our country was and what it is today. Yes, Madam Speaker, we got a lot of potholes in the roads. But those potholes can be fixed. There's no reason for taking over our country like we're insignificant. It is annoying. Like I told my colleagues, right now I think I'm the most senior in here now, by age. My other 2 colleagues are not here. They're absent today, so I have to represent them. But we cannot believe those things, we fixed them. Already we had roads, global warming is what causing a lot of issues in our country. The rain's coming next week. And as soon as the rain finish, patch the holes and let's go. A patch and go government, let us go. You have to. You have no choice but to patch the holes. I see you on television, a Minister for Communication and Works. I see him on television yesterday with the people from the cruise. And they talk about the potholes coming from Beaver Island. And I don't think they went in possible, otherwise they would even get more angry. And possible. But we can fix those stuff. Come on. They're tying our hands. They're making us look foolish that we even can't go and hire a backhoe to go fix a road. We can't even hire people to cut bush. And we hear about we are lawmakers, we are highest lawmakers. But they can do whatever they want when they want. This is wrong. Yes, the COI, and let's go back to the COI a minute, Madam Speaker, because that's what these things stems from. The COI came here and do a snapshot of us in time, with no historical background, no cultural background attached to anything, and make a lot of recommendations. And they think they're right. And these are the laws that are now being implemented in a country to turn our country backward. And it's happening as we speak. Under the guise as nepotism. We all one family from what I leave here to die in about century. We are one family from Eastern Landlock, Bojingal, all the way to Jackson Dykes. All connected. We all gonna have conflict of interest. And that's what they're trying to do here in all of these pieces of legislation, making sure that when they're done, they ain't got a thing we can do. Madam Speaker, the lawyers, the AG, the lawyers in this country need to understand, with this law, but the law has to be in some context. Moses was given the laws and they were in context with what the people were doing. We need to pay attention to some of this stuff, Madam Speaker. This thing is troubling me, it's troubling me, Madam Speaker, as a person who grew up in this country when there was nothing. Madam Speaker, if you go out on the street and you point to anything, I can tell you almost when it was done. Madam Speaker, I know when Wakeham's did not exist as you know it today. I met this, but I didn't meet the floor above it or the pace in the back. I know where the high school there was a grass piece, Madam Speaker. So, for somebody to come from wherever they're coming from, to now try to impose this thing under the guise of human rights, good governance, good government, they're just fooling us, Madam Speaker. That's not the intention. The intention is not to make us better. The intention is to take us over. They're coming back for us. I think back in I forget what year it was, in the 40s or 50s, when they chased the one commissioner from here, and he said he will back. Well, they're back. They're back for us. But we cannot fight just like our forefathers fought. We cannot just sit down and take this lying down, man. If all of this is going to be forced on our throat, and we are not going to be Virgin Islanders anymore, because we're going to disappear. We're going to disappear as people of this country. Madam Speaker, we need to tell them the message needs to go clear. I know there are people out there saying all kind of stuff. They like what they're doing and support, but they're making a mistake. Just like how they make the mistake. We made mistakes. They made when they took all the monies from us and carried up the road. Everybody was rejoicing. Now some people in real hardship, Madam Speaker, and we can't help them. Social development has rules that they have to follow. We could at least try to get people food on their table, get the children and make sure the children who don't go to school hungry. And we could have done it in a short space of time. I'm not putting up an argument to get it back. But the system that they're developing in our country can't help our people. You know, people need help, Madam Speaker. They're talking about fairness and equity and all kind of stuff. Tell me where back in the world these things exist, and I'll gladly shut up and sit down. Madam Speaker, these things don't exist no places in the world. So why are you trying to turn me into a utopia or something? It's too late for me. It's too late for us. We need to do the things that we can advance our country and put our people to work, put our people to own a piece of the economic pie. Madam Speaker, our younger people who are going to need this assistance from government to do things. Great America is doing it for its people. England is up there trying to do it for its people. But you're making laws that we can't do it for our people. Just because we could do it more efficiently and effectively. You're making sure that it doesn't happen. Madam Speaker, I don't want. Let's go back a minute to seats of members when vacant. You know, this can't be the government that I know that sits over on the other side of this aisle. Writing this stuff. Madam Speaker, the seat of a member when vacant. If a member dies or resigns, is removed from office, otherwise vacates his or her office prior to the expiration of the term for which he or she has been appointed, a minister shall appoint a new member to replace him or her. Madam Speaker, what kind of foolishness we writing in today? This is what they left us with in 1950, and we come back with it. Remember that's true? I know you got to be quiet, man. I understand. Madam Speaker, if we go again to section 16, I'm going to go to the bill, you know, so you don't feel like I am not dealing with the bill. Go to section 16, amended, where it says 7A, 7A. It says, Principal Act is amended in section 16A in subsection 3C by leaving the reference to the number 10 and substituting with the number 20. In other words, it's saying that you got, like the Premier mentioned, removing the 10 as a right to 20, which was a policy for when I used to sit over there. You're making it more legal, which is good. And then B says, by inserting immediately after subsection the following new provision, 7A, a spouse who obtained a belonging status under subsection 6 or 7 is prohibited from passing the belonging status to a new spouse. Madam Speaker, I writing it wrong. It has to have some caveat. That's the word? Oh, that's a better word. That's easier word for people to understand. Must have some exemption, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if this spouse is married to somebody for 10, 15 years, and the person passes away, you tell them they can't get married again? If they get married, you take away them thing from them? That's not what he's saying? Tell me what he's saying. No, you can't pass it on. So what's wrong with passing it on in cases like those? It says if you live with a person for 5 years, huh? AG? If you live with a person for 5 years and you I don't know what your problem is with that little stuff like that. We talk about it in committee stage to see what. I know it sounds barbaric. That's the only thing about to me. Because if you know, put a time limit on it. Put some limit on the stuff, you know. And then, Madam Speaker, Section 16C is in subsection 8 by inserting immediately after paragraph B the following. It got BA. The applicant is committed to protecting the environment. That's if you're applying for status, resident status, that is. Sustained practices dedicated to preserving the natural beauty and ecological balance of the Virgin Islands. That's what the Premier was talking about. And then BB says the applicant has undergone comprehensive background checks to ensure that the security and safety of the territory, right? And then BE says applicant is law-abiding. So you're telling me in BB, law-abiding is not considered? That's what it's saying, Madam Speaker? The applicant has undergone comprehensive background checks to ensure that the security and safety of the territory. So law-abiding won't be considered inside it? No? I guess in committee stage somebody give me the nice answer. Madam Speaker, if you go to section 12, then subsection 12 of 6, these are the things that I don't think the cabinet, members read this stuff. I know them. So I know if you go to 12, Madam Speaker, so 12, the Department of Immigration shall publish an annual report on decisions made by Cabinet regarding the grant of refusal to grant belonging and resident status. How is that possible? Huh? That can't be possible. And then 14 says, a certificate issued under this section shall be renewed in accordance with the regulations made under this act. What certificate we talking about? Somebody need to help me there, because a certificate of residence issued under this section shall be renewed in accordance with. So you have to renew a certificate of residence? Every 5 years? Whoa. Madam Speaker, some of this stuff can't. This is back in the commissioner in colonial days. Some of this writing. This can't be. Even 13, Madam Speaker, the report referred to in subsection 12 shall include a justification for the grant or refusal to grant belonger status to application and or other justification that Cabinet deems proper. Cabinet now has reduced itself to the level of a committee, an immigration committee. Whoa. Myron? Let me go back. Madam Speaker, if we take 5A, this is 16A, 5A, subclass 5A. A person who is aggrieved by an order of the Cabinet under subsection 2 may appeal to the Immigration Appeal Board. Whoa. Huh? They give me another document, Madam Speaker. I must let me be as detailed as I possibly can. They give me this morning. I took my time last night and tried to go over this stuff and try to understand it. And this morning around 9 o'clock, I got another document. I'm using the one I marked up. Okay, because the public ain't got a one. I deal with the one what the public has. Right, Madam Speaker, that's the one I need to, the one before the House. The one before the House. That's what I'm dealing with. No, I am not. No, my friend. I am not. No, my friend. I am just telling you the facts. The one before the House is what I'm dealing with. Madam Speaker, Section 18, 10. The Principal Act is amended in Section 18 by inserting immediately after subsection 4 the following new subsection. Subject to the order, 5 says, subject to the order provisions of this section, the Cabinet, after consultation with the Board, may, upon application being made by a non-belonger, parent of a child, in a manner prescribed, grant a certificate of residence to the child, where the child was born in the territory, to non-belonger parents. That's what A. B. The parents of a child ordinarily reside in the territory. C. The child has attained the age of 10 years. And D. The child qualifies under this Act and regulation made under the Act. So I have, one time they say 18 and now they're saying 10. So I guess in committee stage. No, they're gonna belong in this. Okay. And if you, Madam Speaker, if you take 16.6, where the Cabinet refused to grant a certificate of residence to a person under Section 1 and 5, which is the child, or refuses to endorse the certificate in certificate to relate to a spouse or dependent child of a person under Section 2, the person may appeal to the Immigration Board. They said they're correcting those things, so we will see. And I almost there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, definition of foreign investor 18D. For the purpose of this section and sections 18A 18A, 18B, and 18C, foreign investor means a natural person who is not a belonger that has made or is seeking to make an investment into the territory. Madam Speaker, these things are too loose. And I know some of us have been watching some of these documentaries where they accuse Dominica, they accuse Grenada, they accuse all the independent Caribbean countries of direct investment citizenship things. We can't get citizenship, we couldn't get belongers ourselves. We gave them residence really for them to remain. And at least they got a dollar value attached to it, being on a dollar value attached. Madam Speaker, huh? It need a dollar value. Madam Speaker, when I used to be in cabinet thing, for a person to get a non-alien belonger license, all they had to do is spend $250,000. But an ordinary BV Islander building anything in this country was spending $350,000, $400,000. So we're not selling ourselves short? We're not being, what water they use when you go to them places? We're not prostituting ourselves? It has to have a dollar value attached to some of this stuff. And it has to be meaningful. You know, we can't just do this. And Madam Speaker, under the same section, 18D, sub B2, any country other than the territory that is not directly or indirectly owned or controlled by a belonger in accordance with this act, and that has made or is seeking to make an investment into the territory in terms of this act. Let me read B first then, Madam Speaker. A company incorporated, registered, or constituted in accordance with the laws of the territory or any country other than the territory that is not directly or indirectly thing. I guess again, Madam Speaker, it's good and it's bad because I think that people like Rockefeller and them who came and they made a substantial contribution to the country, and to have to come in and get some immigration status thing, I think that was kind of a little, you know, it wasn't right. We need to recognize the contributions people have made to us, not people who intend to make contribution people intend to make, but who have really made contribution to us. We have directors, managing directors and partners of trust companies. Got to go to immigration, used to have to go to immigration to get time and that kind of stuff. We need to think on what we're doing if we intend to have foreign investment in our country. Do not give them, according to the Female Birthright, or give them something to make them feel comfortable that they can come and they can live and do their work without any kind of harassment. So we need to do that, Madam Speaker. So for me, I don't have any problem. The Principal Act, Madam Speaker, if you go to 12, the Principal Act is amended in section 19. It says A, by renumbering, and then B, in paragraph, and C. And if you come down to D, has been found to organize or engage in subversive political activity or promotes discriminatory behavior within the territory or elsewhere. Madam Speaker, in light of what happening in the globe today, I have to take a different look. What is subversive political activity? If some wrong is happening and you want to go and protest against it, that's what that means to me? No, but I would like to know what it means, because you've seen some stuff around the globe today that is kind of scary. That needs to have a look at it, Madam Speaker. I have it highlighted so the committee stays relaxed. And 12, FCAs has become destitute through their own fault. I mean, Madam Speaker, and some of this stuff here, I tell you they're prehistoric in nature. Let's take, for example, G. You give a person this stuff, right? And G says, has been medically certified to be suffering from a communicable disease that makes his or her continued residence in the Virgin Islands dangerous to the community. That can't be. What do you mean? No, I understand if. I try to get in my mind a possible scenario. But if the person was here in your country and they pick up a disease, where they came from? I have a cruise ship. That's a good. No, we need to understand a bit more about that for me. And 8 says Madam Speaker has failed to maintain the level of financial investment stated in his or her application for permission to remain in the permanent. I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree. If you have not fulfilled your obligation, I think. Madam Speaker, and we move on to L. They say is delinquent for a period of more than 90 days with respect to the payment of prescribed fees relating to the rights to reside permanently in the Virgin Islands. I don't understand. My question is here. They started out with investment, resident by investment. Let me go back up. Definite foreign investment, investor. And then it's so I don't understand that part of it. I don't understand delinquent for a period of more than 90 days. So you give a residence status, but you got to pay for it every year? Huh? Help me on the man so I could move on. And then M says, is deemed by the cabinet to be an undesirable inhabitant of the Virgin Islands. You don't mean to use this a cabinet. It's not your cabinet, but any cabinet. Don't intend to use it like the Windrush and MP kind of situation. Because that's how it can be used. So I wonder where this piece of legislation came from. You know. And again, D, Madam Speaker, the same story where the cabinet revokes the certificate of residence of a person can appeal within 7 days to the appeal. I don't know. This cabinet seems to be. I think we should get rid of the cabinet and leave the appeal board in place. What is that, Madam Speaker? Because the cabinet handing over. Oh Lord. Handing over all its powers to the. Madam Speaker, yeah, almost there. Madam Speaker, if you go, some of the stuff, the principal act, Madam Speaker, if you go to section 23 amended 13, the principal act is amended in section 23 by inserting immediately after subsection 4 the following subsections. Where a person is not granted leave to land under subsection 1 by the immigration officer or the chief immigration officer after exercising his or her discretion under subsection 3, conform the decision of the immigration officer under subsection 1, the person may appeal to the Immigration Appeal Board within a 7-day period. And then it goes on to say, the person may appeal to an Immigration Appeal Board on the grounds that 1, the immigration officer or chief immigration officer misinterpreted or misapplied the provision of the law. That's the administrative justice or judicial review clause. I guess that's what we're talking about here. So I don't know why we didn't just wrap a lot of this stuff up in administrative judicial review. Madam Speaker, we go to 44. Yeah, let's go to the composition and appointment 44B. 1. The Immigration Appeal Board shall comprise 3 persons appointed by the Cabinet on the recommendation of the Minister. One of whom shall be chairperson for 10 years experience in legal practice. Why are we going backward? Are you afraid the opposition has we don't have the capacity to appoint nobody? Come on, this can't be where we're going. And they don't understand that they're giving the power to the chairman of the cabinet, you know. You hear? They don't, Madam Speaker, they don't understand they're giving all the powers to the chairman of the cabinet. Yeah. Leave one of them powers up here with us. Madam Speaker, for this qualification for appointments, and I want to go to 44C(D)(B). There's one thing it says here, a person shall be disqualified from appointment as a member of Immigration Appeal Board, where the member is a member of the House of Assembly. They don't like us at all. And B, is not a belonger or does not hold a certificate of belonger status of 25 years or more. So you can't wait and say, be scared to put in what we want to put in there? Happy me? Madam Speaker, I don't understand the last part of it. And J, I think we're going to tie our hands if this Immigration Appeal Board needs to happen. There's no if, no but. How it happens is what I'm questioning. The powers it has is what I am questioning. Okay? And if, Madam Speaker says, is considered by the Minister reasonable ground to warrant a disqualification. Madam Speaker, I have a little problem with F. It has policies, regulations for F. Because I think they're trying to take all the discretionary powers away from the minister, and they're giving them discretionary powers here. Are you sure, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, if you go to 44D4, here it is, 44D4. The Immigration Appeal Board shall make rules relating to hearing of appeals by the Immigration Appeal Board. I don't understand. We can't make rules to govern ourselves, but them can make rules to govern themselves. They say what the procedures and stuff will be. Why? Because they elect a bunch of stupid people, but here are some bright persons. That we appoint, that stupid people appoint. But, come on, man, let's be real. And I know if the powers that be listening, they know this is foolishness. They know that they're tripping up themselves doing what they're doing. We have to be able to see through some of this stuff. I know we don't want a constitution suspended, and they know it. But they want to push everything down our throat because we're so timid. Come on, let's cut this out now, Madam Speaker. This is wrong. Madam Speaker, procedure for appeal. And D. Which D it is now? 5D. And 5 says, in hearing an appeal before to under subsection 1, the Immigration Appeal Board may proceed with the hearing of the appeal in the absence of the appellant if the appellant has been given at least 7 days notice of hearing. You know what's wrong with this, Madam Speaker? This is insufficient time to deal with some of the matters that you need to deal with. It's insufficient. Madam Speaker, you know, I read this stuff last night, and what it seems like they're doing, even a judicial system, they have a problem with, you know. Madam Speaker, when you read the immigration stuff, the appeal tribunal stuff, it's mimicking what the High Court judge or them should be doing for judicial review of a matter. So they're bypassing the court system, the legal system, and creating their own little system. Because the person must be a lawyer of 10 years, and then the other 2 people must be something else. So they're bypassing the whole legal system, which is working perfect for most people. Yes, they got a lot of prisoners up there in remand. But this is what's happening here. And AG is a custodian of the legal system, and this should not be allowed to happen. They know it's wrong, they know it's wrong. Trust me. They know this is wrong. But if we sit up here and approve it, they can always say the House approved it. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, when the unity government was formed, I had a discussion, not just me alone, other people, and they told us, the unity government told us that this person couldn't be appointed, that person couldn't be appointed, the other person couldn't be appointed. Next election come, I ask the question, what if we appoint this person and that person? Oh, you're taking your own risk. When the FCDO, well, I don't remember the name. What? Not him, no. No, it's an Indian guy. I sat with them in the governor's sitting room. We didn't get the name wrong, Madam Speaker, but they had an FCDO. And I asked the question again. Governor was there, Rankin, and all of them were there. I said, well, I thought, I got confused. I thought you guys say that these people couldn't solve. And here it is, they're in these positions. They tell me they never say anything like that. So be careful. That's what they told me, and I ain't bringing this ain't no hearsay. So you can't say I can't repeat what I hear. I was there sitting. Okay. So, Madam Speaker, these things they're bypassing the legal system that people should go to, and it's wrong. And they're so skillful, they incorporate in the cabinet of the country. Come on, Premier. I pinched to her just now. 44H. Listen to 44H, Madam Speaker. Come here. Read 44H for me, please. Madam Speaker, 44H says, the Immigration Appeal Board is not bound by the rules of evidence in hearing of any appeal, and it may inform itself of any matter that is before it in any way it's reasonable believes to be appropriate in accordance with the provisions of this Act and the rules of appeal made under that. Isn't this from the legal thing? I've been here for a while, so I know them when I see them. Why are we bypassing the legal system? Madam Speaker, 44J, the decision of Immigration Appeal Board to be published. And here it is now. It must publish the decisions of Cabinet and all the rest of them. But read 44J. The Immigration Appeal Board may publish the decision in the Gazette. So you could see through these things. They're not interested in building. They're not. When I go nice sleep. Madam Speaker, what are we doing? Come here, what are we doing? You're allowing them to take away whatever manhood you have and do this kind of stuff? Come on, don't do it, man, don't do it. Come on, in these instances, I have your back. You ain't got to worry where the lead opposition stand. I stand for my country. Come on, this is not right. Madam Speaker, 3 says, there's a sub 3 for 44K. The Cabinet shall direct the Minister to publish the report referred to in subsection 1 on the Virgin Islands government website and other media as it may deem proper. Now let's go back to the House of Assembly. I'm going to say it could be someplace deep in the document, but I didn't remember reading it. I might have missed it. Somebody explained me. He ain't got the latest stuff in the House of Assembly at all. We're making mistakes. Don't take it for granted that we're going to be here, you know. Make laws for when you that you can live by when you're not here. Now come back to haunt us. Madam Speaker, and then 44L says rules of procedure. But when I remember up above, it had rules of evidence. So I know the place. AG? That one in the place, it should be higher. We got rules of evidence, appeal decision of Immigration Appeal Board, and then 44L says rules of procedure. All the rules shouldn't be together. I might have missed something, Dr. Cal. You could help me out, please do. Madam Speaker, let's move to Section 45, Amended 16. Madam, I think I read someplace where the appeal board cannot adjudicate cost. Anybody remember how to find it? The appeal board, it cannot give, in its judgment, can't give cost to no party. It's someplace in the document. Madam Speaker, about 16, and this is prescribe the costs associated with appeals made under the Act. 44G4, yeah. It says, 16 says, the Principal Act is amended in Section 45 by deleting the words and immediately after paragraph M and inserting the following new paragraph, prescribing the costs associated with appeals made under the Act. If 44G4 says they must not, they cannot award costs. So what's this? AG? Make a note. I don't know what's that. If you can't give judgment in terms of money, then what is this for? Huh? I really don't know. Section 45, 49 amended. It says the Principal Act is amended in Section 49 by substituting for the fine $1,000 with the fine of $5,000. A 500% increase. Again, we're going to get a justification for it. I don't know if it's too high. The increase, 500% increase seems high, but you might have a reason why you want it up there. And Section 50 amended, the Principal Act is amended in Section 50 by deleting the words alien wherever the word appears and substituting the word person. I agree with alien, but people with money, foreign investors, people without money, not alien, they are persons. Happy, man? That's what that is saying. So, Madam Speaker, I totally agree with the Premier when he mentioned that all people I can't go along. I agree that our people, when they left us here, left our forefathers here to, as about sanctuary, which they end up plowing the soil, sugarcane. I grew up with sugarcane, Bargers Bay, Seacoast Bay, Harrigan, King Garden Bay, over the hills. And they were doing fine, selling their sugarcane, planting the ground provision, fishing. And some who wanted more in life, they traveled to, and I had an uncle who went to Cuba, Santo Domingo, and the subbase in St. Thomas. My father went there, but he didn't stay long, because he, like most of us who come back to BVI, we feel that we can make a bigger contribution here than in some place else. So our people went away to be able to feed their families, and they did a good job, because today we have, you know, when you look on the wall over there, first Chief Minister Lavity and all the rest play their part, up to the last one with the COI report, which we're dealing with today. They have made their contributions to the development of this country, and you can see it in here. We have lawyers, we have pastors, we have people with doctorate, we have everybody. You know, and if you go back to the elections, and you can, like I mentioned 110, in every home there are people with some college degree. So we can't sell ourselves short, believe that somebody who's, because they were living in a big country, in a system, could tell us that this is the best thing for us, and we just swallow it. Come on, we got to use all the God-given talent, all the resources that our forefathers used to get us to where we are, to chart the course, to chart a bright future for our people, Madam Speaker. And we can do it. We can do it. Yes, in every travel. Don't believe that we got here, there were not potholes. There were no problems. There were potholes, there were problems. There were. Our forefathers came a day, and they seized the boat for some taxes, and they went down the road. Years ago now, the commissioner did it at that time. And they went to jail, and Lloyd again, stopped same people then from giving away nearly 1/3 of Antigata, Wickhamski, and we are enjoying it today. Now they're coming through a Crown land system to take it back from you, and we're not smart enough to see through this foolishness. Madam Speaker, I know we have difficult times, or people need help. We seem like we have no ability to help them because of some COI report, not some COI, the COI report that was done by one person, his own deliberate judgment. That is right. But all the rest of us, whether we good or bad, we are wrong. We are wrong. It can't be that way. And because we don't do what they say, they're going to suspend our constitution and enforce direct rule on you and stuff like that. And let's begin with me alone to worry about it. I said, do what the hell you want. Sorry, Madam Speaker, for the unparliamentary language. No, Madam Speaker, but it's frustrating for what is happening to us. It's getting bad, Madam Speaker. When you hear the people the older people calling you or sending you WhatsApp, talking about, wait a minute, what all lands in South Island, that means that's what we do, that's what I doing to it. The lands in Antigua, that, you know, come on. These things are wrong, and they're gonna eventually, we were trying to help our people to, because we were so far behind, eventually, that the Phong lands, based on what they're doing, they're gonna have to be sold at market value, and not a Virgin Island.
Honorable, sorry to interrupt, but let's stick
Yes,
to the
okay,
immigration.
okay, Madam
Thank
Speaker,
you.
I went off cue.
Yes.
I apologize again. You know I gotta apologize. But Madam Speaker, it's just frustrating what they're doing to us. It is frustrating. So Madam Speaker, this immigration bill that's before us, I can't, in my own good Virgin Islander conscience, support it the way it is. I can't, Madam Speaker. I won't be able to sleep at night. And I don't sleep at nights, so I have to stay awake all night. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, and that little bit of time,
An hour and 30 minutes, not few.
I made
Honorable.
my contribution, and I will sit down.
Thank you. Yes. Member for the 6th District, do you wish? Any other member at this time? All right. Honorable members, at this time, we will take the recess until Tuesday, the 21st of May, 2024 at 10 a.m. This house is now in recess.